Hello, hello. That's good.
Yeah, we can bump it up more. Um,
All right, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined. I am going to give my first spiel of the day, so bear with me. Today we have a visiting artist, and this visiting artist is sitting working at the center bench right here, Kwun Wong. And we do have some images of their previous works, and luckily we also have a little glimpse of something they made the other day. These pieces are all hand sculpted in the Hot Shop. You'll see some images up on the screen of some previous works of our visiting artists. And we're working on a pretty specific project this time. We are going to be working on Lo Ting inspired sculptures. These are half fish and half human. So Lo Ting is a mythological creature, doesn't belong to the land or the sea, and this is supposed to represent or be a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British or Chinese. Our visiting artist is from Hong Kong and is tying the feelings of being a resident of Hong Kong. So specifically, neither belonging to either colonial past or China. And we have a lot of drawings of these sculptures up on the screen as well. I think this is the one that they're going to be working on today. The one that they're going to be working on is specifically this drawing that we have in the back right by the furnaces there as well. So you have a couple of references. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions that you might have, whether it's about the glass or for the visiting artist, and I can always relay information. And our visiting artist is actually going to be working with the glass quite a bit herself today. This is something we don't see very frequently, actually. Usually they kind of hand it off to our full-time resident team. So I find that personally really interesting. She has a very specific way that she wants these pieces to turn out, so she's taking it into her own hands. And we're going to see a variety of ways of coloring the glass today, as well as a variety of techniques, which I can't wait to talk about and point out once we see them in the Hot Shop. But we are still kind of just getting started on some smaller details of the piece, and then we usually will make the overall piece itself and start adding these details on. So something you'll see frequently in our Hot Shop is we'll be working at multiple places at the same time. So we are working at 2 benches today. These individual pieces of glass that we work on do eventually all come together for one larger piece. And just to give you a little overview of the Hot Shop, we're just now using our glass furnace in front of you guys. So this is where we get all of our fresh molten glass and where we start all of our projects. This tank holds up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we go for the glass, it's going to have the texture of honey. And so much like honey, we will gather it up on the end of the pipe by simply sticking the pipe into the glass and then turning. And it just creates a ball on the end. So this is how we start all of our projects basically no matter what. We always have to have that clear on the end of our pipe, and then we can gather more layers on top of this for mass, or we can add color to it. And I'll make sure to point out when we do start using color, we have a couple of different ways that we'll be coloring the glass. Now these other furnaces we have with these open faces, these are used for reheating the glass specifically. They're called glory holes, and they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer usually. And yeah, we do have 2 of these on, as I pointed out earlier. This is just to work at 2 benches at the same time, so there's not a significant difference between them. So you'll notice each time before we get more glass on our piece or on our pipe, we always let this previous layer cool down a little bit. So we're just sitting at the bench, letting it rest and solidify before we move on. And yet this is a pretty large amount of glass. Definitely much more than we would need for something like a pitcher or a vase. This is, I think they usually try to keep sculpted glass a little bit thicker so that when you push into it, it's not going to deflate the bubble too much. Also, every now and then you will see us spray water into the furnace. This is actually just to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass so that we don't get them inside of our piece. And once we start moving and working at the center bench, this means that we usually have all the glass we need for our project. We'll see if that's the case this time, but you'll notice we start on the side benches and then come to the center to finish it off. Now these large wooden spoon-shaped tools, these are called blocks. We'll use them to smooth and even out the glass. And yeah, these are kept completely saturated in water even when we're not using them or planning on using them so that they don't end up burning when they touch the glass. So it looks like there was a small air bubble that they're picking out. Yeah, people are always surprised at our seemingly lack of personal protective equipment, but it's not necessary. The area of the pipe that we touch is room temperature, maybe a little bit warm, but it's never hot. And we avoid kind of the dark area of the pipe near the glass, and that dark area is kind of telling us that it's hot. And of course, as long as we are using our tools correctly, we're not going to be touching anything hot as well. The only thing that we do worry about is more so the radiant heat than anything else. So this glass, the larger it gets, the more heat it's going to be emanating, radiating. And so frequently when we go throughout the process, you'll see us start to hold up these wooden paddles against the artist's arm. And that's just physically shielding him from the heat that's coming off of the glass. So, welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist on our floor, Kwun Wong, and she is the one kind of closest to the right at the moment. Everyone else is our full-time resident hot shop team. They work here and they'll help visiting artists that come through, like today. They'll make items for the store. They do a lot, and they are very professional artists. All of these people have been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. And we are working on a pretty big piece of glass, as you can see. We just keep gathering layer after layer of clear on the end of our pipe. And we are making this piece specifically in the back right here. And I know it might be a little bit hard for you guys to see it, so could we have the image of what we're working on up on the screen, please? Yeah, there's a whole slideshow I could even show you guys of our visiting artists' previously made work. I've already shown some people in the front earlier, but want to make sure everyone has a chance to see that. So whenever you can, let's have that slideshow. Yeah, so I'm not sure why it's not popping up quite yet, but I'll just describe that image to you guys. It's a little bit hard to see the outline, but you can see the woman's upper kind of bust area and her head. And then we also have a kind of an outline of a fish head over top of that. And I'm not sure how exactly this is going to play out. Maybe it's going to be one piece kind of surrounded by a dome-like piece. Maybe it's going to be all one thing completely attached. We'll just kind of have to see. But these are Lo Ting inspired sculptures, which I was explaining earlier is a half fish, half human. And this is representing the struggles of the people in Hong Kong with not fully belonging to either colonial past or China. And our visiting artist herself is from Hong Kong, so she's pulling a lot of inspiration from that and putting them into her pieces. And we will see some colored glass eventually. I think we're sticking with clear for that fish head part of our piece for now. And I'll make sure to talk about techniques and what we're doing as we go along. But if you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions for the visiting artists. It can be questions about the glass itself. Anything is fine. So our visiting artist has just sat down and is using the newspapers to shape the glass. So yes, this pad is really just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That is all this material is. And she's able to kind of guide or change which way the glass will blow out, depending on where she pushes with the newspapers. And Sarah is blowing into the end of the pipe right now. This is the actual blowing in the glass blowing process. And I mentioned this earlier, but we're going to be holding up these wooden paddles pretty frequently. This glass is radiating a ton of heat, and this is to protect the artist's arms and hands. So this is when we start using that torch. I haven't quite talked about it very much yet, but this runs about the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we'll use it to spot heat. We'll heat up one area of glass, and this helps balance heat out or just focus on working on one area instead of getting the entire thing super hot. And it looks like we're getting ready to make the jack line right now. So Kwun has the jacks in her hands. These are these two metal blades that she'll be squeezing into the glass and creating this divot. This divot is our breaking point. So when we finish sculpting and shaping our piece later on, we'll break it off from this line. And welcome into the hot shop. It came in at an exciting moment. So this is a really large amount of glass that our visiting artist, Wong, is working with. Right now, we're just finishing off the jack line, which is a divot in the glass that will break the entire piece off from later on. We always carve this line in before we even nearly finish the shape. So we still have a lot of blowing and a lot of shaping to do from here. So don't worry, you didn't miss the detail part of the work, just the very intense, heavy lifting part. So this torch, I just pointed out, is going to heat up any areas that are a little bit too cold, or just heat up one area that we want to work on. We're heating up this bit of glass on the pipe called the moil. So we're going back to using the papers and guiding which way this bubble is blowing out as Sarah blows into the end of the pipe. And after heating this glass again, we're using gravity to stretch it out. Just by hanging it down towards the floor, we're getting a little bit of a longer and narrower shape. And that swinging is supposed to just speed up the process. It's creating some centrifugal force and pulling the glass outward. So welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. I've been pointing this out a little bit, but you guys came in at a good time. We're just starting to really blow out and shape our glass. We have really only just started the shaping process. Before you guys came in, we worked on gathering layer after layer after layer of clear on the end of the pipe just to have enough mass to work with. And we have our visiting artist today, Kwun Wong. And she's the one who's physically working with this glass right now, using these two corkwood paddles to shape it into a more narrow shape. And the idea is to create the shape of a fish head. So we want to have a narrow and maybe a little bit tapered end to this bubble. We still have some shaping to do. And the piece that we're working on is specifically inspired by Lo Ting. Our visiting artist is from Hong Kong, and this creature is half fish and half human. It's a mythological creature that doesn't belong to the land or the sea, which is supposed to represent or be a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British nor Chinese, as are the people in Hong Kong. And this piece of glass that we're working with is just going to be fully clear through and through. Later on, we will be working with some color for the other component of our piece, which is going to be a kind of human bust inside of the fish head. We have this sketch on the back wall near the furnaces, and this is what we're basing everything off of today. Now, something that I think is super interesting is we're going to see Kwun work with a lot of these small flames. This is basically flame working. She'll be working on a little bit of a smaller scale as well as this larger scale that we obviously already have. And when I bring up flame working, I like to compare them to the pieces that you'll see in the galleries. If you haven't been in there already, we have all these small insects in the galleries right now. And those were all flame worked. So you can work at an extreme, small, intricate level of detail, and you can combine it with large pieces of glass like this, and that's basically what Kwun is doing. Yeah, and for those who just came in, if you guys ever have any questions, whether it's for the visiting artist or whether it's just about the glass in general, feel free to ask away. Our visiting artist is working with the glass a lot herself, so I can't promise I'll be able to get an answer right away, but I'm sure I'll be able to grab her attention at some point. Hey, could I have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off to anyone who hasn't seen it yet. There's a slideshow going on the screen right now, and this is showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork, some process photos, and also some sketches for the residency here. And I'll make sure to point out the sketch for today. I know it's a little bit hard to see it on that back wall. So this one right here is the drawing that we have on the back wall. So this is what you can expect from this piece. Thank you. So back at the center bench, we are taking a measurement of the glass. Could we have a view of the center bench again, please? So we just briefly used a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom of the piece. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I'll share a little bit of information real quick. So this is our visiting artist who's working on the glass up in the front here. Her name is Kwun Wong, and she is specifically working on some sculptures and blown pieces that are inspired by Lo Ting. And this is a half fish, half human mythological creature. And the idea is it's representing the struggles of the people in Hong Kong, where a visiting artist is from, not fully belonging to either the colonial past or China. Yeah, it's just kind of feeling of not belonging. Now, this piece we are working on, this portion that we're working on is clear, and we're going to have another portion of the piece as well. The image on the back wall is exactly what we are working on right now. And we still have a lot of sculpting to do for this piece, but we are getting there. This is a huge amount of glass, I must say. And even if a piece is only 30 pounds or so, it feels 5 times heavier just because of leverage it has against you on the end of the pipe. So at the center bench, you're keeping this piece overall warm. And at the same time, Sarah's preparing a bit of glass over on that left bench, which she'll eventually bring over, and it's going to be attached to the side of the piece to, I assume, create a fin for this fish. So that bit of glass has just been brought over. And this is dragged along to create this long strip of clear on the side of the piece. And our artist is going to be shaping it with the shears itself. So this is creating the texture of the fin by physically cutting into the glass. So we're once again using this smaller handheld torch. If you haven't seen this already yourselves, just want to point out this torch is technically the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's going to very quickly heat up a small section of glass. This is really important for sculpting so that we're not losing the shape of anything else. We're just focusing on that one small area. So what we're about to do here is we're going to be drilling and melting a hole into the bottom of the piece. And this is important. This piece of glass appears that it's going to be basically completely enclosed. We don't want a piece of glass to literally be completely enclosed. Otherwise, we're creating a vacuum inside of the piece, completely sealed off. So we'll be drilling this small hole into the bottom. We'll be attaching another blowpipe over that hole or opening. And then we'll break it off of this pipe from this divot that we have in the glass and continue working with it. So we've successfully drilled that hole into the bottom. Yeah, and whenever we're working in the hot shop, no matter what, if it's sculpted, if it's blown, we'll usually need to attach another pipe to some area of the piece and then break the piece off from its original pipe. And this is all to get access to another area or the side that was attached to the pipe. So we're just keeping the piece overall warm at the center bench, torching the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. This area is called the moil, and we want to heat up this area so that it's healthy and warm. Otherwise, when we break the piece off, cracks from that break could travel through the cold glass. So we just want to make sure everything is nice and warm before we break the piece off. And Sarah's over on the left bench preparing the pipe that we'll bring over and attach to the bottom. So Sarah's just brought that pipe over. And the way that this has been prepared, she's blown the glass out so that it's completely open on the end. If she were to blow into the end of that pipe before attaching it to the piece, that air would just pass all the way through. And then we have this crown-shaped piece of glass on the end of this pipe, and that's meant to specifically go over that opening without sealing that opening off. And now we just let this connection set up a little bit so it's not moving around so much before we completely break this piece off. To break the piece off, we apply water to that connection, which is causing purposeful cracking in the glass from thermal shock, and then a tap of the pipe, and that piece should pop right off. And with heavier pieces that want to move around on the end of the pipe, we do tend to rest them on the bench itself. But this has to be for a very limited amount of time. The metal will to pull heat out of the glass and cause it to crack. So we're going in, getting an overall heat, making sure everything's staying at a healthy temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Yeah, you guys came in at a good time. I know I keep saying that. This entire process is really exciting though, so every time is a good time. We have just broken this piece off of its previous pipe, which means that we're now able to work on that area where it was connected to that pipe and kind of finish it off. And today we have a visiting artist here with us. Her name is Wong, and she's the one who's been working on this piece of glass. Everyone else around her is our full-time resident hot shop team, so they'll help visiting artists that come through, and they'll also work on various projects for the museum, such as store items and commissions. But we are working on a big piece of glass. This is inspired by Lo Ting, which is a half-fish, half-human mythological creature. And this is supposed to be a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British nor Chinese in Hong Kong. And I think we have a little bit of time before this piece is fully heated up. So could we have the slideshow briefly, kind of show off some of our visiting artist's previous works? Thank you. So up on the screen, want to show any people who haven't seen it yet this slideshow. And you'll see that our visiting artist has been working on this series for a little while. And her goal is to present this series in as many public studios as possible to prevent the identity of Hong Kong from being forgotten. And I'm excited to see the variety of techniques that she's going to be using. We're not seeing color for this piece specifically, but I'm sure we will see some color later on in the day for the second part of this piece. And I'll make sure to point out the drawing of what we're working on when we do see it. But there is a specific drawing that this piece we're making right now is based off of. And this is the last day of the residency, sadly. They've been working on these half-fish, half-human sculptures. Oh, this is the piece, by the way, right here. They've been working on these since Wednesday. Thank you. This piece is so wide that we're having to open all the doors to be able to fit inside of our furnace here. And because of this, we're having to shield the artist's hands from the heat that's radiating out of it, which is why we're using that wooden shield. So now we focused a bunch of heat just on the opening of the piece. And Kwun is going in with some tweezers and pulling the opening outward. This is partially to stretch the glass and get rid of some unevenness that we may have from breaking it off of its previous pipe. And eventually, I believe this opening is going to be completely closed off, which is why we drilled that hole in the bottom in the first place. So we've completely cut that end piece of glass off, which means that this entire piece of glass, or this bubble, is sealed off again. And once again, we have that small hole drilled into the bottom. So Trent is blowing into the pipe and re-expanding this area of the glass. And now we could just work with it like it were a normal bubble of glass. Yeah, so this is an example of a piece that was made on Thursday, Gabe just said. Yeah, just another example of the varieties of works that they've been making. So that means that these pieces are probably taking about 2 or 3 days to fully cool down properly. This big box that it just came out of, this is called an annealer. So when we finish this piece, we're going to have to put it inside of one of these annealers and then press a button, which is programmed to very slowly cool the glass at a really safe rate, which will prevent it from breaking from thermal shock. Yeah, thermal shock happens if you heat up glass too quickly or if you cool it too quickly. And usually we only have to worry about the cooling too quickly part. And Kwun is going back in and working with the corkwood paddles. These two paddles are going to shape the glass pretty gently. Oh, and this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air to push the smoke away from her face. And now we're starting to use this smaller handheld torch to work with the glass in smaller sections again. So I've been pointing this out throughout the day, but this torch is the hottest item in the hot shop. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is really helpful for sculpting in the hot shop. We don't want to heat up the entire piece overall to this near molten temperature. Otherwise, we lose the shape overall. We lose other details that we've worked on. So we'll just use this small torch to work on a small section at a time. And I want to once again tie in these techniques to some things that you'll see in the galleries and some things that we have coming up. So we could consider this flame working because we're working with this small flame. And the pieces that you'll see in the gallery, such as the insects, those beetles, those were all made using kind of a table-mounted torch and small pieces of glass. And you could get really, really detailed works on such a small scale using different forms of flame working. And I really want to bring up flame working especially because we have an entire weekend of flame working coming up next weekend. And this is specifically called Joint Venture. It's a pipe making weekend. So we're going to be working with a specific type of glass called borosilicate, which is the same type of glass that they use for Pyrex containers. So it's very heat safe. And we will see a variety of interesting works made next weekend. There's even a day that we're open late till 8 p.m., which is specifically Saturday the 19th. So please look forward to all of that happening. It's going to be a huge weekend. So after heating up these small sections, our visiting artist is going in with a small metal paddle called a tang and pushing into the glass to carve these lines. So this is one of the few times you'll see artists wearing gloves is when they have this really close proximity to such a large piece of glass. There's so much heat radiating off of that piece that they actually do have to wear that extra protection. Usually though, you do not see anyone wearing any gloves. You don't see anyone wearing, I don't know, what other people imagine, like face shields, shiny suits. We don't really have to worry about the heat as much as you guys might think. And a lot of these artists that are working on the floor, everyone except for the visiting artists, I should say, they've been working at the museum for a long time and with glass even longer than the museum has been open. So they've been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. They're very professional artists. Yeah, actually, I should mention on Sundays, those are the last day of the visiting artist residency. So we usually have an artist talk right when we kind of start our lunch. So our artist is going to be talking about her work, most likely. Could be wrong, but yeah, I believe that we'll have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. So Gabe has just brought a bit of glass over, and this is being added as an eye. Since this was brought over as a fresh hot bit of clear, this is able to really be pushed and moved around without altering the shape of the piece underneath it, at least for now. And then to finish shaping it, our artist goes in with a metal piece of tubing and pushes into the glass to create a perfect circle shape. So this same thing has to be repeated on the opposite side of the piece. Also, I know a couple of new people just joined in, so I just want to reintroduce. We have a visiting artist today, and she's the one working on the piece herself. Her name is Wong, and she's making a piece that is inspired by Lo Ting. And this is a half fish, half human mythological creature. And of course, we're working on a part that is 100% fish, but we'll see that human component come in later. Now, since this section of the piece is all made from clear glass, all of the details have to come from physically sculpting and shaping the glass. So our artist is spending a lot of time just going in and heating up small sections at a time using this super hot handheld torch, which I've been pointing out throughout the day is the hottest item in our hot shop. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're heating up small section and sculpting it with mostly this tang, which is this little metal paddle. And our artist is actually wearing these special glasses that prevent this orange light from hitting our eyes that we're seeing. So if you stare at this orange light for a while, you start to get that kind of dark spot in your vision. I don't think this is necessarily bad for you, especially for the short period of time that you guys are here. But I do find it interesting that these glasses completely block that out. So all you can see with those glasses is that blue flame and maybe a little bit of glow when the glass starts to melt, but you don't see that orange flame at all coming off of the piece. Now, all the tools we use are stainless steel, including the pipes and the tables and pretty much anything you could think of. Now, our visiting artist is going in with a butter knife and sculpting even smaller details. So you'll see artists use butter knives, they'll use spoons, just anything they can get their hands on that's going to shape the glass the exact way they need it. They're going to use that tool. Glass blowing, everything is handmade pretty much, so you have to think outside of the box if you want something super specific. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. I know there are quite a few new faces in the hot shop now. So today we have a visiting artist. Her name is Wong, and she's the one up in the front right here doing all the sculpting, wearing the gloves. Everyone else around her is part of our resident hot shop team. They'll work here full time helping visiting artists that come through, and they'll also work on just various projects for the museum. Now, our visiting artist is making a variety of pieces that are all inspired by and based off of Lo Ting, which is a mythological creature that's half human and half fish. We actually have one piece down on the table right here. This was made on Thursday, and it took that long for it to properly cool and for them to bring it out and display it. So these pieces, they have to cool for about 2 or 3 days, it seems like. And this piece that we're working on right now, we're going to have this large clear fish head which we are already pretty far along, as you could see. And then we'll also have this sort of humanoid bust of a woman. And this, I'm not sure if it's already been made or not. Do we have the image that we could show off of the piece that we're working on right now, actually? Yeah, we do have that image on the back wall right there, but it's just really hard to see it exactly, so I wanted to put it up on the screen so you guys could see it in better detail. So this is exactly what we're working on right now, up on the screen. Thank you. So you guys came in just as we were continuing to sculpt and add more and more detail to this piece. Thank you. So the idea behind creating these pieces that are inspired by Lo Ting is the creature doesn't belong to the land or the sea, and our visiting artist is from Hong Kong, and she's relating the two by the people from Hong Kong not fully belonging to either the colonial past or China. And she is trying to create this series in as many public studios as possible to help prevent the identity of Hong Kong from being forgotten. So she has been making these pieces for a while, these fish and human related pieces. So it looks like when we put this piece away today, this is going to be put away in the far back of our hot shop where you guys can't see. It's a box very similar to the ones on the far walls. They're all called annealers, and they're basically just meant to very slowly cool the glass to prevent thermal shock, which can crack and break the glass if we cool it too quickly. So they'll hold the glass at a steady temperature and then very slowly come down. And this depends on the thickness of the glass. This glass that we're working with today is pretty thick, so I'd imagine maybe 2 or 3 days of very slowly cooling, and then we'll be able to take it out. Yeah, this piece right here on the front table, if I didn't point it out to you guys already, this was made on Thursday, and they just took it out today. So that shows how long it takes for it to cool down. So these fins, these were sculpted earlier on and then set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And the garage is meant to just keep the glass warm enough that it's not going to break while we let it sit and wait for the rest of the piece to be ready. So that box is sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, we're just pulling those pieces out one by one and attaching them now. And now we've just brought over that second fin. And I just want to mention again real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention and let me know. It could be questions about just anything glass in general, maybe pieces you've seen in the gallery, what you're seeing on the floor, or it could be questions about the visiting artist. Anything is fine. So she's just fixing up the fin a little bit, pushing a groove a bit deeper, as well as making the fin more connected to the body. So it's looking like at this point we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away for. So we'll have somebody getting suited up. This will protect them from the heat of the glass as they physically pick it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And they'll also have to lean into this 1,000 degree Fahrenheit box to put it away as well. This is around the back corner of the hot shop, so we won't see them actually physically put it in the box, but it's basically the same thing as the ones on our far walls. Just to point those out again, they're all annealers, and they're all going to slowly cool the glass down. And in preparation for breaking the piece off, we'll continuously torch the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And I heard them talking about if they wanted to cut at the connection a little bit before fully breaking it off. When we break pieces off, we quite literally crack or break the connection. So we make sure the surrounding area is warm so those cracks don't travel through the glass. So Kwun cut it the connection a little bit. Looks like they'll cut it in a little bit more. Once again, we use these wooden paddles for shielding the artist's arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. So we're not using this wooden paddle to shape at the moment, though we do use it to flatten the glass. We have to keep opening and closing these doors to fit in, but every time we open them, there's heat escaping, so we try to close them as frequently as possible too. It's just another job, another thing that we need to do. And it's difficult when you only have 2 or 3 assistants. Now, as well as torching that area where the glass is connected to the pipe, we'll also frequently torch any quote-unquote connections we've made, so any bits that we've attached, any clear glass that we've applied and added anywhere. There could be stress built up in these connections, so we'll make sure that there's a little bit of extra heat in there. So now to fully break this piece off, just like earlier, we're applying some water to that connection point. This is purposefully cracking the glass from thermal shock, just at that connection enough to pop it off. And then to finally break it off, we tap the pipe. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece of glass. It's always exhilarating when they break it off, and usually I always wait to celebrate until they actually put it in the box, but it looks like it's safe and we could trust them to do it around the corner. So yeah, that was the first piece of the day that we finished today. We obviously will continue working on more as well. I'm sure that they're gonna need to take a little breather after that big piece, get some water. So maybe I'll play a video on how we have been getting a lot of our color during this residency. This piece was not using color, so this is something you haven't seen yet today. But this piece, for example, this was using a powdered colored glass to get our color. So could I have that powder video, please?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Alrighty, so there's no one in the hot shop, but I'm just going to let you know that we're going to take lunch an hour early and then we'll come back at 1 and have the artist talk. So, yeah, we'll return in an hour.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Can you give it a little more, please? 1, 2, 3, 4. That sounds good. Thanks.
Welcome everyone to Museum of Glass. Today is our part of our Sunday visiting artists lecture series. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey. I work here as curatorial education program manager, and I am just going to introduce you very quickly to Kwun Lan Wong, who's here doing a residency. She said in her residency plans, I am planning to create 3 hot sculpted works during my residency. These pieces are inspired by Lo Ting, a mythological character that is half fish and half human, representing the struggles of the people of Hong Kong. We don't fully belong to either the colonial past or China. We spend our lives searching for a place to call home. My goal is to present the Lo Ting series in as many public studios as possible to ensure that the identity of Hong Kong is not forgotten over time and societal changes. Kwun Lan Wong, a glassblower from Hong Kong, discovered her passion for this art form while finishing her bachelor's in visual arts at Hong Kong Baptist University. After graduation, she worked as a studio assistant at the same university, taking on various responsibilities such as teaching, studio management, teaching material management, and equipment repair. She later pursued a master's degree in glass at Southern Illinois University, where she honed her skills in hot sculpting. Her figures manifest the words left unsaid in intimate relationships to avoid communicating verbally. Self-disclosure is a crucial part of any intimate relationship. In her culture, revealing your true thoughts is dangerous and exposes your weakness. This personal dichotomy is made public in her glass sculptures, while her insecure feelings and complex thoughts hide behind the figures. She explores another aspect of her cultural identity as a Hong Kong artist. Hong Kong's identity is neither British nor Chinese. In her work, she repurposed the figure of Lo Ting, a half-fish, half-human mythological character that doesn't belong to sea or land, as a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of Hongkongese people. Let us put our hands together and welcome Kwun Wong.
How do I play this? Okay, thank you. Hi, you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for having me here. I am born and raised in Hong Kong, which, as you can see, that's a very busy city. It's a tiny, tiny spot on the map that you cannot even find it in a world map, but it holds 7.5 million residents in various nationality. It has changed a lot throughout the last couple of years, but this is a place that I always call home. Here where I studied, I went to school in Hong Kong Baptist University in Academy of Visual Arts. There is something about this place that I knew I have to go study here when I was in high school. In 2012, the government was trying to take over this campus and sell it for money. But the thing that people didn't know is this campus is actually built in 1934. It's a Grade 1 historical building in Hong Kong because it's a former Royal Air Force station. But government can just take it over, raise our rent for 5 times. If you cannot pay, there's no use for this place, so they can sell it. Teachers and students are so pissed about it, and they go for protests, they sell their artworks, they raise money to fund the program, and we got the campus back in 2013, and then the government agreed in renting this place for us for 10 more years. So we still have this place right now. It is this event that make me realize I want to go here because I adore that relationship between the people and the place. I want to know what makes them feel that strong of sense of belonging. They feel like they belong to this place so much that they are willing to do so many things just to get this place back. So I went here and I spent 4 years there. I got my bachelor degree in visual arts. I originally do mainly metal sculptures. My sculptures usually related to environment and space and how you cut metal and stuff like that. To be very honest, I didn't really know what I was doing when I was still in undergrad. And I got this note from my mentor when I graduate. He said, action creates inspiration. This is a note that I still have it with me. Whenever I feel lost and I don't know what to do, I just get on moving because action is always the first steps to do anything else. And as you can see, glass didn't take much place in my study. I never thought of having glass as my career because when I was still in school, there's only one hot shop, one place you can do glass in Hong Kong. I know when I graduated, I would never be able to find a place to work with it. Even just keep it as a hobby is impossible. So I never thought of going to this direction. But it's almost like a miracle. The year that I graduated, the one and only glass technician in school retired. And then he asked me to take over his job. And someone opened up a small public studio in Hong Kong, so I have a spot to work again. And as I take over this job, I only know how to make a very chunky cup. I was not good at glass because I never dedicated into it. So throughout my years there, I learned everything based on YouTube and notes and books that I can find, look into every single manual, send a lot of stupid emails out there to manufacturer just to ask them, why do they build equipment like that? So how do I actually understand it? Am I doing it right? This is how I learned from era, from working, and I spent 2 years there to get my foundation of glass working there. And as I work full-time in that university as a technician and teaching assistant, I work part-time on the weekends teaching in the public studio for like make your own classes, and I do production in that same studio at night. I saved up enough money so I can travel and come to United States and learn from the people I used to research on YouTube. I learned a lot from these people, not only from the instructors, but also the people in the class. Because back home, I was technically not allowed to have my own blow slots. I was not allowed to actually turn equipment on just for my practice. So I work alone. I do not have any assistants. I cannot have like equipment like this to work with. I work with only one furnace, a MAP gas, and a pickup oven, a small little kiln. So being able in this class, meeting all these people and learning from people, working with different people is very valuable lesson for me, especially in my very early on learning journey. So after all these classes, go back to home, I started to make my own hot sculpting pieces. This is my second or third pieces that I try to make, struggling with a leg on a pipe and then running over and pick stuff up. If you know how to like work this, you know there's a lot of struggle in there. And as you can see, I have to sandblast everything. It's like foggy everywhere because I use MAP gas. I don't have oxygen in my torch. I burned every single glass that I work with. I don't have enough money. I cannot put color on it. So most of it to just stay clear. The only color I can afford is white and black. But technical-wise, looking back at this piece, it's very naive. But this is a piece that has a very special place in my heart. It is one of the pieces that I still have it, even I moved to another country. I make this work because that was the year that I had to get back to my anxiety medication after a whole year break. And going back to medication, it makes me, make it hard for me to feel emotion. And I feel ashamed if I do feel emotion after I taking all the medicine. So I make this piece to myself as my own therapy, just to say it's okay to cry. It's okay to feel sad. So, and this piece made me realize that I want to put narrative aspect in my work. And then moving on, I realized there's only so much I can do by myself. So I tried to figure out how to assemble parts cold but not visible. And I also try to explore anywhere else that I can do glass, like besides hot sculpting. So I try to make molds. You can see there's a piece of sheet glass slumping on it. It's me trying to figure out positive and negative space. And this work is dedicated to the people who helped me through my journey. I was exhausted every day because I did not have any day off because I work daytime till like 5 p.m. from Monday to Friday. And if I want to practice, I have to stay at night. So I start at midnight till 4 a.m. And then next day, I go back to work at 8. For weekend, I work from morning till production end. So I didn't have a lot of time to rest, but I was so grateful at that time because I had a relatively stable income, and I had all the resources I need. Whenever I have a question, I know who to go to, and I still figure out a way to blow glass, and that's my first priority. I felt like I was living in a dream that I can do whatever my heart told me to, and I know there will be someone I can trust to guide me through this journey. And in 2020, I had to leave home because of a complicated political situation. I was so lost, I had to resign all my jobs, and I contacted Robin Rogers, which I took his class in urban glass. I only met him once, but he asked me to come to the Chrysler Museum of Art, so I have a safe place to work, and I have a spot to think about what to do next. So I went there in 2020 when COVID hit, so it's a very tricky timing to leave my home. And I went there for 6 months for my assistantship program. I do public demonstration, and I officially learned how to work with equipment and how to properly build things. And I also got a lot of support from the beautiful community there. I cannot be more grateful for that 6 months. And during my time there, I made a lot of works because then I have people to actually work with. So I make a lot of works, and then I apply to a lot of different things. Wherever I can apply, I just go apply to different competition and exhibition. And this one got into the Pittsburgh Glass Center annual auction, and then it got me a residency in the Pittsburgh Glass Center. This is a work called I Want to Make You Proud. This is a work for my parents because I'm Asian. Asian parents, typically they don't like you doing art, especially doing glass. They have no idea what I'm doing. They still have no idea what I'm doing. The only thing they know is I get burned a lot. This is the work to tell them I try to act as brave as I can out there so people know I can do good. I'm doing good at what I'm doing. And after all, what I want to do is I want to make you proud. And when I go to Pittsburgh Glass Center, I continue to make my work with the help of Zach, who works there. I try to continue to tell my stories with more little detail elements in there. This work is about my decision of leaving home. So in 2020, I have to leave home, but I still count there as home. I just don't have a plan or a way to bring myself back there yet. I have been traveling, and sometimes I feel like I packed my soul in a suitcase, that I'm carrying on my dreams and passion in glass without a place that I can actually settle down yet. And then when I was at the Chrysler Museum of Art, I also applied for a grad school. So in 2021, I started studying in Southern Illinois University under Jiyoung Lee. For my first year of my MFA, I was not allowed to make things that we used to make. Jiyoung is very good at breaking down every single idea you have as small as possible and have you to figure out what is actually important to you. I was struggling that time, like a lot of students. I didn't know why I'm making my works. I didn't have answer for most of the question being asked. I feel so isolated. I feel like I blocked myself in my own mind. I started to question myself, so I make this work to express my frustration without actually having a human body in there, just taking elements out and see how many elements I can take out and still be able to share what I want to share. Then I also try to challenge myself with the size that I can make. This is a little like toddler size. I was focusing on human relationship at that time. I thought a lot about the anxiety I have when I'm around people, and I try to visualize the struggle. This work manifests the word I leave unsaid in my relationship to avoid communicating verbally, because self-disclosure is a crucial part in intimate relationship. But in my culture, revealing your true thoughts is exposing your weaknesses. So I try to make these to show you this is how I feel when I'm around people. You can see in this figure, it has eyes everywhere. It's so alert of its surrounding, and the limbs are locking to each other. This is me trying to visualize social anxiety. This work is hanging from the ceiling, walking on a wire. I don't think you can see the wire, but there's a wire hanging on there. And with a very weak sonar sound coming out from the figure. This is how I feel about glass blowing, especially I work with sculpting a lot. Most of my work require lots of planning and teamwork. And you know it's very hard to keep your brain sharp when you're exhausted in the heat. That's why you need your team to back you up. I trust the people I work with 100%. Sometimes it sounds pretty sketchy, but as long as I'm on the hot floor, I know I have to. With the faith I have with these people, I can walk on wire without my eyes. As long as you hold my hand, I know I'll be safe. And the picture on the right is the person I work with at the time I was studying. That's Chris Powell. They're the very, very strong assistant I ever have. I figured a lot of my anxiety in my work is coming from I'm lacking of a sense of belonging. So then I start to look back to where I'm from and started my current research. This picture of Hong Kong in 2014 shows what happened political-wise back then. It still looked pretty peaceful, but just so you know, this is how we were. This is how the government was treating us when we only have an umbrella in our hands. They were holding real bullets behind us. And this is the picture from 2019. If you didn't know what I mean by complicated political situation in Hong Kong, this is how bad it was. In 2019, there's a huge protest fighting for the extradition law in Hong Kong because the Chinese government is trying to put that law on us. That means if you got arrested in Hong Kong, they can send you to jail in China, which is pretty unacceptable because we have different law. So it doesn't make sense if you break a law here and you got sent to jail in a different places. And there was tear gas and real bullets and water cannon trucks. All we had is an umbrella and some bricks. And yet the government said we are rioters. That was my whole summer in 2019, running for my life with a handwritten will in my pocket. I was running in the protest and there was a tear gas chute right next to my left leg. That is the moment I know I do not belong to here anymore. The government was trying to kill us all. I have to leave home. So I came to the United States in 2020, and my desire to find a community to call home grows stronger and stronger since then. And obviously, I'm not the only one with that struggle. This character there is Lo Ting. A bunch of artists held an exhibition to express their feeling about the handover in 1997. It was the first time this mythological character was used to represent the unsettled identity of Hong Kong people. According to the Book of Monsters written in Eastern Jin Dynasty, The half fish, half man creature are living nearby the Hong Kong district. They look like fish and good at waving. They cry a lot and their tears make pearls. This is a print from another artist in the same exhibition. He's a Taiwanese. And the text on the right said, something tragical happening to Hong Kong people because of the handover. They lost the freedom of speech and were thrown to the sea because of careless talking. They were then turned into Lo Ting, stuck in the middle of land and sea. They will live their life tragically like this forever, no matter how hard they cry. The artist built up this story consciously to describe the circumstances of Hongkongese from a third person's perspective. Hong Kong does not belong to Britain or China. We are struggling in the middle, just like Lo Ting. I then took use of this mythological character and started to find a way to put my own voice in this character. This is the first Lo Ting I ever made in glass. And then I tried to put a little narrative aspect into this character, just like what I used to do. This Lo Ting is holding two clear plastic puppets talking to each other because it can't talk and no one understands its word. This is how I felt when I was so tired and my first language, Cantonese, just slipped out of my mouth. People around me would look at me so confused, have no idea what I'm talking. That was the moment I realized that people would never actually understand my little murmur. Just a year after I made this work, I went to travel with my friend and she told me I was sleep talking in English. And that shocked me. At the same time, makes me realize the Hong Kong part of me is fading away. It is very scary. I try so hard to grip on my Hong Kong identity. What if, after all, I just blend into the crowd and become one of the people surrounded? This is an ongoing question I ask myself every day. With my Lo Ting series, I got a 2-month residency in Belgium in Glasshouse, and I have my friend James Deverell came down to help me create more works about my unresolved identity. This work is now there staying as their collection. Submarine has a lot of meaning for me. When people talk about submarine, it's not a safe place, and definitely not a place to find comfort. But for me, it means home. I had only made 2 submarines in my life. The first one was the last piece I made in Hong Kong before I left. I was going through a tough time and I feel like I'm sinking in the ocean. So I decided to make this submarine as a metaphor of the last hope before I drowned. That night was the first time I have a chance to work with students, and also the last chance, because that night protests went very bad. We were working in the hot shop with the Reuters alarm on the street going on all night. The next day, school stopped. The whole city stopped. At that point, I realized the people I work with in the hot shop, they were my submarine that protects me from the craziness of the outside world. They kept me safe and company that night. I was still drowning. The world was still going insane. But I felt like home at that moment. That's why the submarine is in an egg shape, like a protection for the person inside. I was having a lot of pressure during my residency there in Belgium. It was a tough time that I had to face them all alone. And without me reaching out, my friend James came all the way from the UK to assist me during my residency, just because he said he wanted to listen to my stories. That means a lot to me. And that moment, I feel like I'm home. And back to school, I just graduated with my degree last summer. This is some picture of my thesis show in between. As you can see, I filled that whole room with basically a curtain. All the works is covered behind this curtain. That's a curtain that patched from a lot of small little fabrics. in a lot of different places, especially in Hong Kong, it is a sign, a symbol of blessing. If you want to give a newborn baby your blessing, you make a quilt. Similar idea there. I hide every pieces behind that quilt because I'm sharing my identity and my story with you, but I want you to understand this is a very special part of my heart. It's a very special part and important little part of me in there. I can share this story with you, but I need you to respect that there's a boundary in there. And in the corner, there's a Lo Ting hat hanging on a fishing hook with a lens, convex lens there. It's looking on a projection I made. So there's a actually very long animation I made. It's showed upside down. So the only way to see the image correct, you have to look through that convex lens. And because of that convex lens, when you look into it, you have a double vision. It's a very unpleasant experience. This is how I want to tell audience, if you want to understand my story, this is how unpleasant it is. And this is one of the work inside the curtain. It's me holding on the Hong Kong orchid. It is the flower album of Hong Kong. This is the last flower in my hand that I'm trying to chase for hope and light. Hong Kong is fading away for no doubt. No matter what, Chinese government is gonna take it over, it's just a fact. And I want to freeze this moment because it's so special and it's an important memory of me. And this work is now in Czech Republic showing. And after I graduate, now I'm working in a high school in Chicago. This is my daily work, doing a lot of small demonstration, making different notes, telling students how to work in the hot shop. I'm having a good time drawing out all these little notes. It's like reminding myself all the way from the beginning how to actually properly work in the studio. This is one of the more recent work that I make. I'm being pretty slow in making my own work just because this past year I'm working on changing my visa, getting a working permit, and trying to move from a city to another. So that's not much too exciting, but I'm also trying to figure out how to electroplate glass so I can put patina on it so you can see that helmet on that diving suit, that's copper on top. And this is another work that I'm working on. And this is my website and contact information. I've only working with glass for a couple years. I just started, and yet this material surprised me every day. And I hope you enjoy this. Thank you. You guys have a question?
All right, so, well, first off, could I have my volume lower just a tad? Testing, testing. It's going to be fine for now. I'll just talk a little bit quieter. I do have closed captioning on the screen. I've taken over the mic. I'll be kind of explaining what's going on down on the hot shop floor as we go along. And I'm going to start with a quick little introduction to the hot shop itself and talk about what we're going to make. So, apparently we're going to be making some small sculpted fish in the hot shop, and then we'll also see a shoe sculpted in the hot shop. And I believe we'll get started with the shoe first. They were talking about that before our lunch break. Now, just to give you a quick overview of the hot shop, just in case you've never been in one before, I'll point out our glass furnaces, so where we get all of our fresh raw material are inside of these tanks with the closed doors. These hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And these actually stay on 24/7. So the glass is just molten to the same temperature and texture all the way through. And yeah, we are surprisingly pretty energy efficient. Everything has really good insulation. So as long as that door is closed, you can stand right in front of it. You can't feel a ton of heat coming from it. Meanwhile, these open face furnaces, these are producing a lot of heat, and they have this large opening for us to fit the piece of glass inside and reheat our glass to work with it more and to just keep it warm enough to not break. Now, these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And I will mention, for those sitting around here, you're going to feel some heat as we start opening the doors to be able to fit inside if we make something larger. Just letting you guys know. And of course, I want to finish off by mentioning if anyone has any questions, whether it's about the visiting artists or just about glass in general, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And I'll just kind of follow along and talk about what they're doing in the moment. So could we have a view of, oh, I guess we're not quite getting started yet. And you know what, I'll talk about how we get color real quick, because we are actually going to be working with colored glass this time. For the first half of the day, we were just working with clear, and that's a little bit simpler. You just gather your clear glass out of the furnace and you work with it. But if we want colored glass, there's a few different ways to get it. This time, we're going to be using what's inside of these little dishes that our visiting artist just brought out. We have a powdered colored glass that we'll be rolling the clear glass inside of and picking up a layer of color on the very outside. And that's what we did for this piece right here, I believe. We used a lot of different powdered colors. And this is the only example piece that we have out right now. This was made on Thursday, and it took that long for it to be able to cool down enough for them to bring it out. So these pieces are having to cool for a few days-ish, depending on the thickness. So we've just gotten our first gather of clear. And just as I mentioned, we're rolling this inside of that dish to pick up that layer of color on the very outside. So do you have a specific piece in mind, like this one, for example, or? Oh, okay. Yeah, frequently they'll make the individual pieces and then bring multiple pieces of glass together. So for example, when we made some larger fish earlier, they'll sculpt the fins individually, and then they'll bring the fins over and attach them to the body once they have the body made. Yeah, that's the most common way to do things. It is technically possible to pull details out of a piece of glass, but it's pretty difficult. And I don't think we'll be doing that this time because these are small pieces on their own, but whenever we do make individual components, we'll put them inside of this box right here called the garage, and it just keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that sounds really warm, but it's cold enough that it's not going to change the shape or melt the glass at all. It's just enough to keep it barely warm so we can pull it back out. So we sat down and we started using the jacks, which are these two metal blades. So squeezing into the glass right next to the pipe, this is our jack line. And we create a jack line for any piece of glass we make. This is basically just a breaking point. So we'll break the piece off from the line or the divot that's closest to the pipe. And yeah, we'll use various tools for shaping the glass. So we used the newspapers, that pad that Kwun was using for just a second. It was actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And I know some of you guys saw this being used earlier on that left bench a little while back, but this is, to simply put it, a fluffy flame or a fluffy torch. We're using it to ignite this smaller handheld torch, and this is super important for sculpting. This small but super hot flame allows us to heat up just a small section at a time, instead of just melting or heating the entire thing, which could cause us to lose details in other areas. And yeah, this small torch can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And you remember the molten glass is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a texture of honey. So it's over double that heat, just super impressive amount of heat. And yeah, for anyone who's just joining in, we're working on sculpting, I believe, a goldfish at the center bench right here, just a small fish. And our visiting artist is doing it herself. She's Wong, sitting at the center bench, and she just had her artist talk, where she is talking about her background as an artist and also her inspiration for her artwork. Yeah, there's not much to do to describe the sculpting process. It's more of a watch and learn kind of situation. So if anyone has any questions during the sculpting, feel free to let me know. But it's very individual. It's just up to what the artist wants to do with the glass. And I mentioned this to people who are here in the first half of the day, but this working on a small scale with this small handheld flame, this is kind of generally referred to as flame working. And if you've gone through the galleries, you've probably seen some flame worked objects, such as those insects and beetles. Those are made out of glass as well, impressively enough. But it's such a small scale, and it takes so much attention to detail to be able to work on that small scale. And earlier today, they were able to combine flame working with larger pieces of glass as well. And I wanted to bring up flame working in general because we have an entire weekend of flame working coming up next weekend, which is specifically called Joint Venture. It's pipe making. And as you noticed, it's happening on 4/20, technically. 4/19 and 4/20, yeah, I know. It's perfect. I think this is the second time we've done it. It was really successful last year, and it was really impressive to watch them work with the glass that way. So we have that coming up. We even have one late night. Saturday will be open till 8 p.m. You know, interestingly enough, usually when we have visiting artists, they don't even touch the glass, and these people work on it instead. They kind of just bring in the vision. So it's actually kind of rare that we're seeing our visiting artist working with the glass, and that is because these guys are expert glassmakers. They have 20 to 30 years of professional glassblowing experience. And yet they all get started in various ways. I always get questions like, how do I get started, or how did they start? Like, is there a glass school? A lot of people, it kind of just happens. They know someone, or they start a job that's like a graveyard shift, and they're filling up the furnace, and then they start to learn more and more. And some of them, they go to a college and they randomly take an elective that's glass blowing, and then they just kind of fall in love with it. They all have very different stories as to how they got started. And so, yeah, they're our resident hot shop team, and they'll help visiting artists that come through, but they also do other things at the museum. So you can already see this goldfish taking shape quite a bit. It's a little bit hard to see the color contrast on the screen. And something interesting about color, it looks pretty different when it's hot in the hot shop. For example, I always think that red is the weirdest one because when we're working with it, it looks black or brown or grayish depending on the exact red you're using, so it doesn't look like red at all. And then it cools down overnight or so, and then it comes back to that bright red color. So this, I believe, would be an orange if it's a goldfish, but it might look a little bit reddish, it might look a little bit brownish at the moment because of the way the chemicals react inside of the colored glass, which, by the way, are different metal oxides mixed into the glass. So it's looking like they've pretty much finished up the details on the front half of our goldfish. So pretty soon they're bringing over another pipe with some clear on the end as basically just an attachment point, and they'll attach this somewhere else on our goldfish and break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. So this is all just to get access to another side of the piece. So we've just brought that pipe over. And we're making a divot in that connection as well to make it easy to break off later on. And then we apply some water to our previous connection and then tap the pipe, which pops a piece right off. So by doing this, we flip the orientation. Sometimes it's not exactly a 180 flip, but this time it pretty much was. And now we can start working on the tail fin. Yeah, so to create this tail, they superheated this second half of the glass and then actually cut that bit of glass in half. And apparently they've made some of these goldfish earlier in the residency as well. I just wasn't here for it personally. And if anyone wants to see what else they've made during the residency, which started on Wednesday, by the way, you can always go back and look at any previous Museum of Glass live streams. They're all saved on our YouTube channel from years and years back. So there's many different artists, many different days that you can check out. Yeah, so it was just pointed out to me that the drawing on this board in the back here, so what we're working on now, but I know it's really hard to see from this far away, so I just took a picture of it and hopefully we can get it loaded up on the screen pretty soon. But I can describe it. It's a shoe and it has a goldfish kind of sitting inside of the opening of the shoe with its face towards the front of the shoe. Yeah, that's our goldfish. So we will actually be using the garage. Earlier I was saying we're just going to be making some small objects, but since we'll be adding them together, that means we have to keep them warm individually and then we can bring them together. So we broken this off and we'll set it aside in the garage, which will keep it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Just to check, you're referring to the tank with the closed door, or? Oh, on the floor. It's actually, there's a little bit of water in there. Sometimes we'll dunk the pipe in some water. There's like a gas buildup on the pipe sometimes from the pipe warmer, and it'll create air bubbles if we don't get rid of it. So it's probably just to get rid of that gas. Yeah. And also, yeah, we just got that image loaded up on the screen for anyone who wants to see a little bit of a better version of this photo. And yeah, the only thing that's not in this photo is the color of the glass. So we will be seeing color, of course. Yeah, so now we have 2 goldfish stored in that box at this moment, just staying warm. And then we're making a 3rd one right now. And then we'll make that shoe and attach everything together. And yes, I do assume that this is probably going to take the rest of the half of the day. This is the last day of the residency. So we are making as much as we possibly can, but there's only so much we can make. 5 days, Wednesday through Sunday. Now, I know that there have been some new people who have joined here and there, so I want to give another quick introduction as to what we have going on in general real quick. So today we do have a visiting artist. She's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. Her name is Wong. And she's making some pieces that are all kind of fish and human related. And this is based off of Lo Ting, which is a half fish, half human mythological creature. And it's all inspired by where she was growing up and currently associates herself with, which is Hong Kong. Now, she's trying to use this creature, Lo Ting, as a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British nor Chinese in Hong Kong, since these people neither belong to colonial past or China themselves. And Lo Ting doesn't belong to the sea or the land. So this is a really good comparison. And so this piece specifically that we're making right now is going to involve goldfish in a human shoe. So we are working on the third goldfish, and the way that these are going to be assembled to the shoe, we have a little bit yet to see, but one of them is going to be resting inside of the shoe, apparently. And all of these pieces of glass are super detailed. Our visiting artist's specialty is sculpting, so she's hand sculpting all of these individual little components, and then she'll bring them all together for one larger piece. And could we have the image real quick of what we're working on? Thank you. So just to show off to the newcomers, this is exactly what we're working on right now. And we do have this image pasted up in the back, kind of by Sarah, but it's just a little bit hard to see, so I made sure that we had a screen version or a virtual version. Thank you. And I tend not to talk very much during the sculpting process itself because it's so hard to explain. You can imagine like they're pinching, they're pinching, they're pinching, they're pushing, they're making a line, you know. You kind of just have to watch and learn when it comes to sculpting. And that's the same for professional classes as well. There's only so much you can talk about. So feel free to ask any questions that you might have during this process, but so these large open face furnaces, they actually run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, they're just used for reheating, which is why we keep going in and out of it. These torches, however, this small handheld torch, you could tell because of this bright blue flame, but this gets up to about 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to let you know that we're working on our third goldfish at the moment at the center bench right now. And then pretty soon we'll be working on a shoe, and we'll combine our pieces of glass together. And yeah, the person who's working on this glass at the center bench is our visiting artist, Kwun Wong. And everyone else you see on the floor, if anyone's curious, they are our resident hot shop team, so they work here full time, and they'll help visiting artists that come through for the most part. We have a ton of visiting artists that come through. When they're not working with visiting artists, they will work on red hot pieces or work on store items. They are always doing something down on this hot shop floor. And we haven't seen this slideshow in a little bit, so could I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who have come in maybe like the past 15, 20 minutes, you probably haven't seen this slideshow yet. Up on the screen, this is some of our visiting artists previously made artwork made over the years. Now, this next step in the goldfish making process is super important. We've just brought over another pipe with some clear glass as an attachment point. We've attached it to the front half of our goldfish, and now we're breaking the entire thing off from its original pipe. And all this is doing is it's basically just flipping the orientation of the piece, so now we can start working on the tail fins. Yeah, that's why we had two separate sections of the glass. One section's for the front half of the goldfish, and then the second section that we're working with now is going to be cut into two and then turned into these two really kind of flowy tail fins. Also, yes, this tool that we're using to texture the tail fins is usually used to cut glass, so we are partially cutting into the glass using this tool, and these are called the shears. Yeah, you have to use these pretty carefully. If the glass is too cold, then you just start to crack and break it apart using the shears. And if it's too hot, then metal tools can actually stick to the glass. So just like that, we finished our third goldfish, and we're setting it aside in the garage. And this box is just going to keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, we'll be able to maybe attach another pipe to it or scoop it up in a metal tray and bring it back out and attach it to the rest of our piece, which once again, we are making a shoe that we're going to be attaching all these goldfish to. So now I assume we'll get started on that shoe. And so generally we have a couple of different pipes we use. And the pipes that we've been using for the second half of the day, they're all just solid all the way through. But we do have hollow pipes that act like straws, and that's what we use to actually blow the glass out. So same process, we gather some clear on the end. We usually shape it like this as well, and then we give a puff of air into the end of the pipe. and cap it with our finger, and that pressure pushes the air out and into the glass and creates a bubble. And that's how we start all blown pieces. It's just a bubble of glass this big on the end of our pipe, and then we just build upon it and continue to blow it out more to create our pieces. So it's looking like this shoe is going to be solid if this is the shoe that we're making right now. So welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. See quite a few new faces. So today we have a visiting artist. We have Kwun Wong, and she's the one who's been sitting and working quite a bit at the center bench right here. Everyone else around her is just working as our full-time Museum of Glass hot shop employees. So they're our resident team. And they'll help visiting artists that come through, like we're seeing today. Now, what we're getting started on right here is we're making a shoe. This is probably going to be made out of solid glass, and then we are going to be attaching some sculpted goldfish to the shoe as well. And could we have the inspiration photo for the piece that we're working on right now? Thank you. So I want to show this off for any newcomers. Up on the screen right now is a photo of what we're working on. This was drawn by our visiting artist. And once again, we already have the goldfish made for this piece. They're set aside and they're just staying warm while we get the shoe ready. And then we'll just bring the goldfish out one by one and start attaching everything together, finishing the piece off. Thank you. And the way that we've been coloring our glass, as I'm sure you guys have seen, is we'll gather our normal clear glass out of our glass furnaces, which, once again, those are the tanks with the closed doors on either side of the hot shop. These hold our molten material, basically lava, inside of a giant ceramic crucible, sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Just a bunch of clear molten glass. And the way that we gather is quite like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. We just stick our heated pipe into the glass and then turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. Also, we can remove the image on the screen now, please. And we then take that fresh, clear, molten material and we roll it inside of a dish filled with powdered colored glass, which we have on the table right here. So quite literally a powder. And this sticks to the surface and forms a layer of color. The different colors in glass come from different metal oxides mixed into basically a clear glass mixture, which is then crushed up really fine. And this is just one way to color the glass, but that's the way that we're seeing this time. Yeah, so we're working at the left bench because this is close to the powder booth. And the powder booth is kind of as it sounds. It's a box or booth that we use our powdered colored glass in. Luckily, we do have a camera in here, so we have a little view of this up on the screen. We'll heat our glass up, we'll bring it into this booth, and then we will sift or dust the powdered colored glass on top of the piece. And the reason we do this in the booth is we have some good ventilation in there, we have some air pulling and suctioning the powdered glass away from us. We don't want to inhale any of that powdered glass, so this is really important. So this is going to create maybe a little bit more of an even layer of color, and we can focus the color a little bit easier in one area versus another. So we're concentrating the color more heavily on the front of the glass in this case. And each time we get this color, we go ahead and heat up the entire piece of glass overall to make sure that the powder is fully sticking and melting onto the surface, and then we just go back for more and more, as many times as we need to. This is usually done, I'd say, about 4 times, just to make sure that the color is really rich. So it looks like we're done with the powder booth now. So we're heating this glass up and we're rolling it on the Marva, which is this metal table. We do have these throughout the hot shop. In this case, we're just using it to shape the glass, but sometimes we do use this surface to purposefully cool the glass. That metal's going to pull some heat out of the piece. Yeah, we turn everything except for the glass furnaces off at night. And then the annealers, the boxes on the walls, those are programmed to very slowly cool. So technically those are on in some sort of way, but we do start cooling them down. And yeah, everything, we get started back up maybe like an hour before we get started blowing glass. It heats up pretty quickly in here, surprisingly. we're continuing to shape this glass. I'll mention a couple things we've done up to this point. We've used those two metal blades called the jacks to squeeze down on the glass right next to the pipe. And this is basically just creating a breaking point. That divot in the glass will eventually apply water to crack the connection and then just pop it off from there. And then we also started using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That is all that material is. And I know that's pretty surprising, but you can't feel any heat through the newspapers. And now we're moving on to using a corkwood paddle. So this is made of corkwood, just like the corks in a wine bottle. And these are really gentle on the glass. Wood is an insulating material, so when we touch it to the piece, it's not pulling a lot of heat out, letting it keep its heat and its malleability. But yeah, these do burn really easily, as you can see. So we have to dunk them in water every once in a while to help prevent them from burning. So we'll once again start spot heating using this small handheld torch. And yeah, for those who haven't seen it yet, this torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll heat up just a small section at a time. It's really helpful for sculpting so that we don't lose previous details and just work on one small section at a time. And it's looking like we're trying to create the opening of the shoe. So we have various setups to keep the bottom of this shoe flat. We have the Marva, which we can use, this metal table. We have this piece of kiln shelf in the front that we'll probably see them use in the near future as well. And just like a lot of our other pieces starting this residency, this is going to have multiple components to it itself. So we're just keeping this shoe overall warm at the center bench, and it looks like Gabe is preparing a bit of color to bring over, or maybe a pipe to attach to the piece. So that large bit of clear has been brought over and attached to the bottom of our shoe, creating the sole. And while this is still freshly hot, our artist is going in, flattening this out and creating a little bit of curvature to match it to the shoe better. Yeah, at this point we've gotten started on the shoe. We already finished 2 goldfish since you guys were last in here. So we have a total of 3 goldfish for this piece that we'll be attaching apparently. And yeah, in the sketch or the image we only had 1 goldfish, but yeah, apparently there will be 3 attached somewhere. Yeah, it's evolving. Yeah, we're at the sculpting part of the process where our artist is going in and pushing some grooves into the shoe to create kind of the area of the tongue and the laces. So this small handheld torch, it can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why it's this bright blue flame. I kind of think of it as a little lightsaber. You definitely don't want it anywhere near any organic materials. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist. She's the one sitting and working at the center bench right now. Her name is Kwun Wong. And we are working on a specific piece right now. It's a little bit hard to describe, but luckily I do have an image. So could we have the image of what we're working on up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen now, there's an image of what we are working on. So we're working on sculpting that shoe at the moment. We've already sculpted 3 goldfish, which have been set aside and are staying warm in the meantime, and then we'll just pull those out one by one and start attaching them to our shoe. Now, a lot of the pieces that we're seeing during this residency, which this is the last day of our visiting artist residency, are inspired by Lo Ting, which is a half fish, half human. And I think this one is still kind of inspired along those lines because we have a human item, the shoe, and then we also have goldfish. But Lo Ting is a mythological creature that doesn't belong to the land or the sea. And it's supposed to be a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British nor Chinese. Our artist is from Hong Kong, grew up, raised there, and is bringing a lot of that into her work. And she's trying to bring this series to as many public studios as possible to prevent the identity of Hong Kong from being forgotten. Yeah, the piece we made earlier was massive, but it was blown, which does make it a little bit lighter. These are all completely solid pieces of glass through and through. And earlier we worked with only clear glass. Meanwhile, we're working with color now. So we're just seeing a super huge variety today, which is nice. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. Yeah, I just got a good question that I think others might be interested in. So there is a little bit of a backstory behind the cone that we're inside of. It is mostly decorative. It's not really a cone because it helps with heat necessarily or anything, but it's based off of these old wood burners. They were called wigwam burners or beehive burners. They burned leftover wood scraps from logging, and this area was heavily used for logging not super long ago. And then when they cleaned the area up, they got rid of those burners, they cleaned up the waterway, they built the Bridge of Glass, they built the Museum of Glass, and they based this cone off of the shape of those wood burners to kind of just pay tribute to what the area used to be, what it used to be used for. And yeah, the museum opened up in 2002, if anyone's curious, so this museum's still pretty young. Oh yeah, and kind of off topic, we have something coming up where you guys can come in for free. So every third Thursday of the month, you can come into the Museum of Glass for free from 5 to 8 p.m. There's like extra late hours, and we have Hilltop Artists down on the floor usually. Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization that's local to Tacoma, and they allow kids 12 and up to blow glass through that program. So if you come in on that day, you'll see a variety of projects being made, usually, if they're not making one big piece together. And a variety of middle schoolers and high schoolers working with glass, which is really interesting and shocking to people, I'm sure. And that's actually something that I went through myself, so if anyone's curious about that program, then ask away. So that's actually a question that was just asked, and it's just aesthetic. Yeah, it's based off of the area's history, these wood burners that used to be used in the area, but it's definitely just to be flashy now. It doesn't necessarily help with airflow or anything. So I'm actually not entirely sure about other places' residencies. I think that it's standard that they supply the people usually, and they supply the clear glass and the machinery, equipment, tools. If you have specialized tools, can't expect them to have those. And then you also usually have to buy your own colored glass because colored glass is so expensive that, and they also don't know what colors you need in the first place. So yeah, usually they'll bring in their own colors. And yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Artist residencies aren't super common in general. There's just not a lot of big, well-funded hot shops. There's this place, there's Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. There's Pratt Fine Arts Center. Basically any schools and public museums and things like that. Those are commonly, they commonly have residencies. Yeah, later on in the process, like we are starting to get now, we'll start heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. This area where the glass is physically, rounded out right on the end of the pipe, this is called the moil. Moil, oh my gosh, it's just saying boil in the closed captioning. M-O-I-L, moil. I think that's how you spell it, but yeah, we're just trying to create, I think they're called eyelets on the shoes. Could we have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? I just know that there are a lot of new people who have joined in here and there, so I want to make sure that you guys have all had a chance to see our visiting artist's previously made artwork. So that's up on the screen in the form of a slideshow right now. And yeah, once again, not all, a lot of these pieces are related to the theme for this residency, which all these pieces that we're making during the residency are Lo Ting inspired sculptures. And Lo Ting is a half fish, half human mythological creature. And this doesn't belong to the land or the sea. It's a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being neither British nor Chinese as someone who grew up in Hong Kong. So yeah, our visiting artist grew up in Hong Kong, and the people there don't fully belong to either the colonial past or China, and so this is supposed to represent how they feel. Yeah, and all these sketches, these are things that were made throughout the residency. This one was made earlier today. And this is the one we're making right now. Yeah, and we already have the goldfish for this piece made. It's just sitting aside in this big silver box right here called the garage. And that's just keeping it warm enough at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll just start pulling the goldfish out one by one and heating them up lightly before bringing them over. That's a good question. So at our museum, the visiting artist usually gives one of the pieces to the museum, and it goes into the Red Hot auction that we have yearly in the fall. And then they get to keep and do whatever they want with the rest of the pieces. And I think that they can even choose which one they give to the museum. But they're always really thankful to be here, so they always give them something really nice. And yes, if anyone's wondering, we are using a butter knife to sculpt this piece of glass right now. Frequently, we'll use just any stainless steel tool we can get our hands on, as long as it fits what we need in that moment. A lot of glass blowing tools and machinery and everything is handmade, especially when it comes to this hot shop. These metal tables were assembled by some people that work in this hot shop. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Could we have an image of what we're working on right now, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have an image of exactly what we're working on. We are making the shoe for this now, of course. We have already made 3 goldfish for this piece. There's only one in the image, so I'm excited to see where the other 2 go. They're already sitting and just kind of waiting in this box, staying warm, and we'll be able to pull them out one by one later on and attach them to the shoe. So we are getting there. Our visiting artist, Wong, is hand sculpting the shoe right at this moment. And she had an artist talk earlier where she talked about her inspiration behind her work and her inspiration as an artist herself. And a lot of these pieces are inspired by Lo Ting, which is a mythological creature that's half fish, half human. And it doesn't belong in the land or the sea. And this is relating to our visiting artist's own experience growing up in Hong Kong, which apparently they do not fully belong to either their colonial past or China. They're neither British nor Chinese. And it's supposed to be a metaphor for the ambiguous feelings of being there and growing up in Hong Kong. Now, our visiting artist has made many of these Lo Ting inspired sculptures. We've had a 5-day residency since Wednesday working on these pieces. And her goal is to bring them to as many public studios as possible, bring this series there to prevent the identity of Hong Kong from being forgotten. And, you know, let's play some of the other slides real quick, too. We have a few new people who have just joined in as well. Yeah, just whenever you can, let's get the slideshow of our visiting artist work up on the screen. Yeah, so up on the screen now, there's that slideshow going. This will show off some of those previous sculptures, not from this residency necessarily, but just some previous sculptures in general. So for those who just joined in, I want to point out that we are making a shoe at the moment. This is being sculpted by our visiting artist who's standing up on the outside of the bench with that butter knife in her hand. And she's sculpting the shoe using this butter knife. I think that we're getting pretty close to finishing this overall shoe off, but we've already made the other components for this piece, which are some goldfish. And these are decently large. I think they're about this big each. We have 3 of them, and we'll be attaching them to the shoe. I believe we will see bubbles as well. For example, this piece here had some bubbles in the drawing, like in its hand, kind of falling. And we do have a bubble in that sculpture's hand right there. So I assume whenever we see those bubbles in the drawings, then maybe we'll see them on the glass too. You know, a lot of you missed the very beginning of the process, so I do have a video that shows off the type of colored glass we use for this and how we apply it to our clear glass, because we always start from clear. We have to add the color in some sort of way. So the way that we colored it today is using a powdered color. So could I have the powder color video, please?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. And we are pretty far along in this project right here. As you can see, we have sculpted a shoe at the center bench. This is designed and made by our visiting artist, Wong, who is sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else you see on the hot shop floor is our full-time resident hot shop team, and they'll help visiting artists that come through, like our visiting artist today. And this is the last day of her residency. We're trying to finish up as much as we can. And this piece is going to have some other components assembled to it. It's looking like we're pretty much finished with this part of the sculpting process, so we'll move on to the next part. So we have just prepared another pipe with some clear glass on the end, and this is going to be attached right to the bottom of our shoe. And the idea behind this is we want to break the shoe off from its original pipe to basically just give us access to that part, and we can fix it up and round it out again. So to break this shoe off, we apply some water, physically cracking and breaking the glass from thermal shock. and then a tap of the pipe, and that piece pops right off. And could we have our inspiration image real quick on the screen? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, this is what we're working on right here. We already have the goldfish made. We're just keeping them warm, and they're set aside at the moment, but we'll pull them back out once we're ready to attach everything together. So yeah, I assume next we'll start fixing up the front of the shoe, round that area off, and then we'll probably see them start bringing those goldfish out. Thank you. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It could be questions for the visiting artist. It could be questions about the glass in general, or just glass in general. So we're superheating the front of the shoe. We're slowly picking off that excess glass before we finally completely cut off that extra bit of glass. So when breaking it off of that previous pipe, because the color is basically on the surface of the glass, it exposed a clear window into the solid area of the shoe. So by pinching that area off and then completely cutting it off, we've made sure that the color comes all to a point again, right in the front of the shoe. So now we'll be able to fix this area up and move on. And I know that a lot of you guys haven't gotten kind of my regular spiel yet, so I just want to point out this small handheld torch we've been using. This is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And just to show off how impressive that is, instead of it just being a number thrown at you, the molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, much like lava, it's sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over twice the heat of molten glass itself. We're just packing it all into that small torch and heating up little bits of glass at a time. And working on this small scale is generally just called flame working overall. And we do have some really good examples of flame working in the gallery right now. All those insects and beetles that you see, those are all flame worked pieces of glass using a table mounted torch and small, probably rods of glass like these, which you can kind of build up on top of each other. You know, since you guys brought up Blown Away not super long ago, I just want to mention a couple things relating to it. So, first off, we actually have a previous contestant on the floor, Trenton Kyocho. I think it's fun to point that out, and then people are like, oh, yeah, he looks familiar. Yeah. Yeah. And we actually, our hotshot manager, he's not here today, but he was a guest judge on the most previous season as well. So we have tons of people from that show that come through here, and they're here either on a regular basis or just every once in a while. That show tends to pull popular people out of our community. And another thing relating to Blown Away, which if anyone doesn't know, it's a competitive glass blowing show. It's pretty fun to watch, honestly. It's edited really well, and yeah, it is stressful, but it makes it exciting. But something they don't show is the boring part of the glass, which is the long process of letting it cool, or sometimes it can be a little bit boring to cold work the glass, which is the grinding, polishing, cutting of the glass. Usually this is just to get rid of bits of clear that are left over, but sometimes it could be used in a really decorative and intricate way where you can sandblast patterns into the glass and you can cut angles into the glass, and there's tons of pieces that have incredible cold working behind them, and they don't show any of that in this show. I wish they would show at least a little bit of it, but they just make it seem like magic. Comes off the pipe and then boom, it's done. Well, for example, there will be people who rent the hot shop to make commission pieces, and sometimes it'll be a really big commission piece, a really big deal, and there will just be tons of people on the floor. And there have even been people on the floor who aren't working with the glass. They just were the ones who kind of invested into it, and they're sitting watching you make it, which is a little bit intense, but yeah, so that just adds even more to it, right? They don't have to be on the floor, but they are. Yeah, so it seems like we're getting ready to pull one of our first goldfish out. So actually, no, you guys have all been around pretty much the whole time, especially over there. You guys have stuck around. But we have 3 of these goldfish, start pulling them out one by one and attaching them to the shoe. Yeah, for those who just joined, that's what's happening. We have goldfish that we're putting in and around this shoe. And could I actually have the inspiration photo for this real quick? I think we have a little bit of time before they take it out. Yeah, just a few seconds. I wanted to show you guys this. This is our visiting artist drawing. This is the inspiration photo for the piece we're making right now. And our visiting artist is the one who's been sculpting and working at the center bench right here. Her name is Kwun Wong. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely getting ready to pull out one of those goldfish. So our visiting artist has a special pair of sort of tongs in her fingers. These are metal, so usually you'll see us briefly heat them up before we pick up a piece of glass with them. We don't want any cold metal touching hot glass, which can cause it to crack. So she's briefly preheating them in the flame. And then Trent will come over with our first goldfish. And what she's doing with this torch is she's superheating the area where we're going to connect that goldfish. We want the pieces of glass to almost kind of fuse together in that connection point. So we've just brought out our first goldfish. We gave it a brief flash, making sure it's staying warm. And this is attached right inside of the opening of the shoe. Yeah, each visiting artist that comes through will create an entire kind of meet the artist video, and Serena's the one who does a lot of the filming for that. So if you're curious about what's going on. So it looks like right now we're just heating up individual fins and slightly moving them around to give it a little bit more motion. Yeah, everything is super detail oriented in our visiting artist artwork. It really brings the pieces to life. So we've brought over our first bit of clear, which is going to act as kind of a bubble around the fish's head. And something important is this has to be freshly hot out of the furnace to be able to work like this. We don't want to heat up any of the surrounding areas, and we want it to be really moving so that it goes back into a perfect kind of sphere shape. Yeah, the bubbles are surprisingly solid. You'd think that they would be blown, but them being solid actually mirrors what's inside of them a lot better. Plus, you can imagine it not as like a soap bubble or something that has a skin, but more of a bead of water. Yeah, we're working with glass that's really thick, and then we're working with glass that's really thin, such as the fins on the fish. So it's all a balance of heat right now. We're trying to make sure the piece is overall staying at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But if we get it too hot, those fins start to move. If it gets too cold, then any connection points we have, such as where we attach that fish, that area is probably going to have some stress in it, and it's going to want to break if it gets cold. So we have to keep everything just barely warm enough, but not too warm. And it looks like Trent is getting ready to bring over the next piece of glass already. And I know that there are a couple new people in here, so I just want to point out this silver box is specifically used to keep pieces of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we made the fish earlier, we set them aside, and now we're just bringing them out one by one. So same thing as before. Our visiting artist spot heated the side of the shoe and is now pushing that goldfish into that hot spot. And it looks like they have firmly stuck together, meaning that connection is safe. And yeah, we're just continuing to use this fluffy flame to heat up any cold areas. Yeah, so once again, all these small bits of clear that we've been bringing over, these are turning into bubbles of water, basically. Or I guess it'd be more proper to call them water drops, but the way that they're covering the fish's face, it almost makes it seem like wearing a space helmet, for example. Like, it can't breathe air, so it's got... yeah. Yeah, so one of the bubbles was directly applied to a goldfish's face, and the others are more so decorative. And I think we do have, well, I don't know, maybe we're not going to attach another goldfish. Sometimes we'll make backups of things, and sometimes they're so confident that they won't create backups. Yeah, so it looks like we are preparing one more fish, our third and final goldfish. If you're curious as to why we hang out in this box, there's actually a flame in the corner that Trent's standing near. And we'll use this flame to preheat the glass up to a little bit of a higher temperature, and then we can bring it out fully. Yeah, the box is overall about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but just to make sure that it's warm enough. So this one's just a little goldfish that we're applying right to the front of the shoe. Yeah, the weight of the glass on the end of the pipe could only be, I don't know, like 5 pounds or so of glass, but whenever it's on the end of a pipe, it has so much leverage against you, so it feels heavier than it actually is. And this is especially the case when your piece starts to get long or if you have a lot of glass on the end of the pipe. So we've just brought over another bit of clear, creating yet another bubble. This one's going right onto another one of the fish's faces so that they can breathe. Yeah, let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing the last piece of the day, or our last big piece of the day. There we go, that's more like it. So we've disappeared around the corner. We're using an annealer that's in the back of the hot shop, so we can't physically see them put it away, but they're putting it inside of the annealer. They'll eventually press a button and very slowly cool everything all at once inside of that box. And this will probably take a few days to cool down based off of the previous project, so we won't see this piece again for a little while. But our visiting artist does have an Instagram. If you look up our visiting artist's name, then you should be able to find this Instagram and maybe see the final product eventually posted. I know some of you guys were asking about that earlier. And yeah, we'll see what happens for the last 40 minutes. Maybe we'll work on something small. You're done? All right. Yeah. I mean, they've been working hard all day, as you guys have seen, so it makes sense. They're not going to push themselves for the last 40 minutes. So we are done. But if anyone has any questions, just wants to enjoy the warmth of the hot shop, feel free to stick around.